Alright, let's hope this is working. Yay, it is. Shut the fuck up, phone. Hi, guys. It's been a while. It's almost like I was dying. So for the past, 2 weeks, I've been, so sick. And it wasn't, COVID or anything like that. I don't have health insurance, so I never went to a doctor to get fully diagnosed or anything, but we came to the conclusion I probably had RSV, which fucking sucks. But and I've heard that that's been going around quite a bit badly here in our state. I know several people whose kids have it, and that's devastating. But I'm feeling a lot better. I'm still a little coughy, sniffly, but I'm well enough that I feel like I could do voices properly, and that I won't die if I do that. Sorry, I'm adjusting my mic a lot because it's just not, it doesn't want to sit right for me. So, all right, we're going to get into it. So far, I've really liked this case. I've been so far a huge hater of the Investigation 2 game. But this has been a nice one. It's kooky and in just the right way with Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright kooky, not Phoenix Wright kooky, if that makes any sense. So here we go. We were investigating as Gregory Edgeworth for the first bit. Dealing with a dead body in a chocolate chip. Competitor in this thing. Hello. That's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Oh, I don't remember their voices anymore. Shit. Oh well. Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room. Why didn't he? Is he dumb? Is he blind? Is he both? And yet he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too. Him and Scone.
Hey, how could you, Batty Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that.
It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma as Miss Scone as I am. Good. He's a good boy. He's a good man. My phone is wigging out. Sorry, I'm trying to get to chat and... Jeez Louise. Keep an eye on it. This throat of mine is already being such a colossal pain in the ass. It appears Detective... Phone, just sit over there. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us?
Of course, dear. Where are you off to?
To find Mr. Von Karma. We haven't found him. We've searched everywhere. He's dead. Oh, there he is. Just kidding. He's a walking corpse, I guess. Mr. Von Karma, we'd like to speak with you if that's all right.
No. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon. This is not the voice I used to... No, I think this is the voice I used for him in our original playthrough.
We did. It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest.
Ha! Nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found. Tangaroa is guilty. And as long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain.
How can he be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's... Oh my god, why can't I say this name? Tangaroa's guilt. You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Miss Scone's room.
Of course I do, and I'll be delighted to share it with you.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought I was early. I don't know.
Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon, considerably less so. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. I don't know, oh, okay, oh. Yep, you're definitely Edgeworth's dad. That was very Edgeworth of you. So it is your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Scone's room?
It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion. It is a fact, based on my own investigation.
You mean you have proof that he did so?
I don't need any such thing.
What the fuck?
If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic.
Alright, sorry, gang.
Objection.
That was so young sounding. That does not fit your face, my guy. That sounded almost like Phoenix. That was kind of weird. I don't like it. It's true that the murder weapon and the blood-stained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime. But something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. The cloth covering the victim's lower half. Is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room?
What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colourful cloths? At the scene of the crime, you say? Luminous cloth. Nonsense, I see no light to speak of.
He doesn't know what luminous means, does he? It can be lit. Not that it's always lit, right? Or that, like, has a... Well, I mean, I guess he does. It still works. I don't know. I guess he doesn't know how it works. May look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices.
Wow!
And the difference soon becomes apparent.
Look at his face! I don't think he was expecting that.
But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest.
Oh, your stuff.
Whoa! Oh my god, woman, you caught that with your foot? Hell yeah!
Greggy Pigleg! How could you? You're accusing me of all people.
I'm not accusing you of anything just yet, but I do think you're hiding something.
That's not... Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder. I started going British again.
Exactly. There's something funny.
That's a laugh? That's your laugh?
That makes sense, but what?
Only that you've walked so carelessly into my trap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you.
What does he mean? What do you mean, what does he mean?
Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began, and noted that the lamps and cloth contravened the rules.
He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping.
What?
Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering this locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key.
His logic's pretty sound, but also, like, who's to say he didn't just unlock it from the inside and let anyone in? I know he wouldn't, but...
And as you now know, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder. So you see, I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel to have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom?
Not that bad, really. This can't be happening. Wait, all our hard work was for nothing? We barely have talked. We haven't said much at all. Sorry, getting some water. Miss Scone! Why didn't you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? If it was confiscated, why didn't he confiscate all of it? Man, he's an idiot.
Well, dear, Mannequin said that if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion.
Mr. Von Karma said that?
And he wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago.
Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. Oh, is that why he was in the castle? To, like, be like, there is nothing inside the castle. You should look inside the castle.
One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2, and only 2 sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon.
2?
Yes, those of Delicious Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. My voice cracked. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost, and was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict.
But wait, what about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room?
What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying.
No more pitiful objections? Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you.
Mystery! I'm not about to just give up.
I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad. Escort them off the premises now.
This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad.
What is the meaning of this?
Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have evidence of somebody's activities to account for.
We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, detective. But whatever they might be, they're no business of the defense's.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of fair. At least in the Ace Attorney universe. I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad.
What?
This is the yet unidentified something that was left behind. Hello. Take that. Take that. There's that. Yeah, your take that is way better than your objection. That feels very Gregory. There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposedly, they belong to the murderer. It could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon.
How do you know so much about the crime scene?
Because I let them look around. Your demonic objection is still so good.
You let the defense examine the scene, bad? Are you out of your mind?
I don't remember you telling me not to.
Insolent worm. You would do well to remember this then, detective. That the results of your next salary review is up to me.
Detective Bad's in trouble now, too? I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I don't pay you, though. At all. As long as you remember that the results of your salary review is up to your performance on this case.
A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. But it's entirely possible that those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations.
But can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there is still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up.
Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Oh, stop it, Greggy. Stop it. Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal Delicia? I owned up to nibbling poor Sammy Pooples' sweeties. What more do you want?
I don't want to have to make you a suspect. That much is certain. But you lied to us. And you're still not telling us everything.
Oh, Greggy, stop it. Stop bullying me.
I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that?
I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry, I'm just a silly, muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say?
I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place.
Enough! I'll thank you for keeping your baseless accusations to yourself. Evidence is everything in a courtroom, in case you've forgotten. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand that you present something to back it up.
We do that in this universe? We care about perjury? But this isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless, what proof do I have that Miss Scone doesn't know the first thing about making desserts? Where is it? There we go. Take that. Every single one of Miss Scone's creations breaks the rules of the contest.
The offending items, the cloth and the lamps, were duly confiscated, as we have established.
Kind of. Not really.
And the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself.
Objection. That's so... Ah! But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room.
What?
The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created. Every last bit of it. It's all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. No real world titled contender would ever stoop so low.
Is this true, Bad?
Yep, saw it all with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects.
But no, dear, I'm no killer.
Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work?
Oh, all right. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it.
A pharmacist? I can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we'd imagined. Which is hilarious, because, like, if you're a okay, I know that it's like a pharmacist would not be memorizing these temperatures or anything, but it's like, it's a science. These are all chemical compounds, basically, like. My girl. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one?
Well, I just love eating sweeties, if you must know. And Sammy Purple sweets are the best. Or so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final.
Even Mr. Von Karma is lost for words. Oh. That's it? That's the only reason you're here?
Yes, dearie. And it was worth it. Samson Silly Pan sweeties are the tastiest treats I ever did eat.
And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves?
No. That wasn't me, dear. I don't even wear gloves.
I feel like as a pharmacist you should too, though. Remember, Miss Scones' fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves.
Exactly, Lambkin. Greggy Pegleg's got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman.
Is your head filled with cream too?
Sorry, mannequins.
Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled?
No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywink's room for a little taste too.
You were in the victim's room too?
Yes, dear. Nobody was in there, you see.
Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead.
But I could only stomach one little bite. I never tested anything so salty in all my life. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off the side to cleanse my palate.
You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed. What didn't she sample?
That's everything, I promise. Greggy Peggles, mannequins. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things.
As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end.
Do not think for a second that this means I myself believe you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through.
Mr. Von Karma, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions.
Accompany me if you like, but don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation.
We'd like to accompany you all the same.
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, it's all melted. When we got to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach, and it was going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. Man, if I had just continued on Christmas Eve to this point, oh well. I will say, I'm going to keep going, of course. It's either going to be, I'm going till the end of the case, or at least until 5 p.m. MST. Sorry. Rude. Whoa, went deep on that one. Sorry, Mazarino. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Von Karma was the one in charge, after all. That happened with the case... What happened with the case after that? Well, with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days. But back then, it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed, on the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display, 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these ice marvels, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing. Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? Fender, perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. Zodiac Hall, the fuck? Is it? Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Oh my god! Hi! I love those two. Oh, it's so happy. Oh my god, look at the cute couple. Ugh. I see they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know. But you're right, it's like a freezer in here. It could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Hey, Milester, can you go peep the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? All right, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around and take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. Put it on his grave so we can have a gander. Of course. I must... Oh, no, I wasn't meaning to leave. It's too cold. I was thinking of heading somewhere warm. If you want, I can lend you some of the old Fender threads. In exchange for your jacket, of course. Be fine, thank you. I need to just... So, how about this? I scream out, oh no, this must be the work of that villain Damask. Yeah, and I go, that's me, the legendary Master Mask. Yeah, and then, no. Say that and you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. You've got to take this more seriously. Otherwise, how are we going to get this to market to sell? Oh my god, woman, you're a part of a crime now. What exactly are these two plotting? Oh my god, Ron, Delight. How I love this idiot and his wife. God damn. Hello. Boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing at an art gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? There's a huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy. Oh, maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. Pleiades. The Pleiades? Known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. Why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times were hugely careful about such things. I don't think they cared, really. There are 2 large ice statues on display here. Guess these are remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works of my father I never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead. So many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, Milester. Would you mind looking this way for a sec? This way? Beautiful. Yeah, just like that. Oh, I hate it, but also, it's so sweet. Fenda. Really? Say cheese! Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. Luke, is that you? My bad, big guy. My bad. I had to check to see if this thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. Oh yeah, that's wow. You ever hear of an instant camera? It develops the pictures right after you take the shot. Still twists my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. Ouch. Stop it. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Whew. Should have been a paparazzo. These are gold! And they developed right away. Want to see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac. Question. What do these 2 sculptures represent? They appear to be Taurus and Gemini, 2 constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo! He shoots, he scores! Whew! You're a regular encyclopedia, Meister. Guess that's why this is the winter wing, right? Because they have the winter star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. I guess. So, what the So the victim made these same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago. Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos, though. But these are the spit of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me? Yep. I think Gregory would have wanted to see him, too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. What say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion? Absolutely not. Oh, Castor and Pollux. Ooh. There's an enormous block of ice. This is blah, 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 blah. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. Really? So then Damask needs to. Yeah, and then I wish these 2 would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in the winter wing. And uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing, too. It doesn't look a nice snow cone on a sunny day. But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. Huh. Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have to open it for you, and I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess, when want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Hooey! That's colder than a snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting to snuggle. No, don't touch me or I will stab you. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and sing what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. Ah! What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. Oh, hi, Larry. Edgeworth looks... Oh my god, dude, you ran through a doorway. How are you that winded already? Jesus. There's someone on the ground. And is that... Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy! You just should have seen it. It was awful. Just calm down and tell me why there was an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything. He just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Is everything all right?
Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys?
Wait, the smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. Oh, shit. Larry's walk cycle's so good. Oh, excuse me. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. Oh, Mike, what are you doing?
I need you to hold still, please.
Sorry, the mic is fighting me a little bit again. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out, and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedics said there were no sign of external injury, and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. I couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Guzzo. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. The confectioner? So he was here 18 years ago, too. Anyhoozles, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Malzarino? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Lauren Stoneham when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. I refuse to call him by his other name. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. I'm glad that they are able to translate his Lauren Stoneham into this different angle. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Laurie Stoneham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa, grade school buddies! I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you'd never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Lorice, Edgy! How many times do I have to tell you it's Lorice? What are you doing here? What's with the demon eyes? All right, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good. Now talk. You want to know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I better scope the place out. So, not actually for your art at all. Lorice, my man, an artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure. It's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Lauricio, did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, that. The old guy, he just appeared and then splat! He was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. For once, you liar, I know you had something to do with it, even if it was just witnessing some weird-ass shit. Don't look so proud. That's the least we could be able to hope for.
Honored guests, I can only apologize. What was French? One moment. Mon Dieu. C'est magnifique. Oh, good, she is French. Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager.
Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes.
Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure.
She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here.
I can't believe you had to go through something so awful. And on our first day in business.
Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait. I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory.
Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well...
I love her. Whoa, that dress. Oh my god, the backlessness of it. Fuck. God, she's hot.
Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look here, he's here at last.
I guess she's singing, but you can't get me to sing right now.
It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2.
Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to the conclusions.
She's very polite. There's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here.
Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing.
I can't do French. Oh my god, that makes me so sad. Why do you want it, Larry? Maybe I'll do, like a Latino, like a Spanish accent or something. Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on, Milester. You don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing? Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. It's not just TV. Movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Oh, she's an idol.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact.
What was my Dee Vasquez voice? Hold on, I have to find that. Boys, over.
Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors.
Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. Ah, you and me are peas in a pod, Loris. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity.
A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor! Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. All right, Judy, seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. He's a real live wire, that one.
That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now?
You mean Delicia? Delicia's gone?
Oh, what was that? Oh, God, I can't keep an accent straight today. Jesus Christ.
She's in the medical room, helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with him as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long.
The Alicia Scone. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a goinky-dink.
Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea? I guess she's just going to be very peppy British. Or something. Maybe I'll make a Russian. You know, you're Russian now.
A drop of the old Judy Bound special blend? Why not? For old time's sake. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Tea sounds awesome right now. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I'd better go and explain things to the other visitors.
You go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again. Oh, I thought she was good. Okay. I thought you were going to just take that cart with you, but all right then. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. Top quality Ceylon indeed. Citrus aroma. It's said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems. Anyway, don't you think this is all just a little odd? Every single person from 18-year-old case, all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes, it almost feels as if it's an investigation is in order. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You're all right!
Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Fender! We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could.
Well, if it isn't the cavalry! Come on, team, bring it in. Don't touch her.
No way.
Fuck you, okay?
Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing.
Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking, bringing Kay with you? I thought she was immune to poison gas, sir. Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off.
When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ.
Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. Oh. Huh, I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but also like, huh. Alright, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous. Alright. We're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy. Dickie boy?
No way! Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective. You ass. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir. Oh. It was in here? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm now confused. We were in here. And this was the source of the poison gas. But we heard the scream of someone fainting from the poison gas. And yet we weren't the first to collapse. We didn't see them in here. Neither of those two. What? I'm confused. Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of 2 people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of 2-horned animal. Oh, I don't remember those 2 having the tail. Am I crazy? Yeah. So this is a different room? Oh yeah, and he's covered in a tarp, not in clouds. Wait, a statue of 2 people and a 2-horned animal. That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the winter wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinkler sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir. The fire alarm hasn't even been triggered. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. Oh, okay. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has 1 employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. That's insane. You can't run that shit. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yup, seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from there. That is terrible. That's a terrible system. That shit needs to be automatic. No. No. Smoke alarm goes off. Spray that shit. Like, what? Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. If it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. Okay. Wonder if that's how it is in museums. Huh. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. It makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. Oh, and one more thing. It's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing. So the autumn wing is cold, too. I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? That's about all I got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe.
What did Gummy have to say?
Sorry, I'm trying to, like, snack a little bit, too. Ugh. My mouth's lonely. What's that Japanese word? There's a word that's like, you eat because your mouth is lonely. He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry.
Huh? I don't get it.
I'm wondering what it could mean myself. It's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves.
Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime?
Oh yeah, there is one guy. Miles' best bud.
His... what?
Oh, if we have to. And I guess we have to. Larry, you piece of shit.
Wait, that's... the Steel Samurai!
Kay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever.
Hey, yeah, long time no see ya. Larry, right?
So here's the deal, Kay. I'm Larice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist.
Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Larice.
I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. You are Larry and will only ever be Larry. Larice Donum is a dumb name. I have some questions for you, Larry.
What the? Just because I found the guy, that doesn't mean I did the crime.
I never said you did. So did you do it, though? I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly?
Look, I didn't see anything, and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did, anyway.
At this point in his life, at this point, I would doubt myself too. Like, shit, did I do something? I don't know. Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. Oh my god. His ability to abstract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I'd better find out what he did this time. No, I don't want to go to the chess dimension. Edgeworth, no! I hate the chess dimension! Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However,
I didn't see anything, and I didn't do anything, and you can't prove otherwise.
Oh. You have a queen? Wow, you have a queen piece. Good for you, Larry. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to abide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Why are you here? Why exactly did you come to the gallery today?
What kind of a question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something?
Oh my god, Larry.
Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait.
That's a real threat for Edgeworth. Jeez, Larry.
When I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. I'm joking, okay? I never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks.
According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree.
He's a good artist.
At least he's better than me.
Laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all.
And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone?
What, a guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know. Fine. Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on her date.
And I expect they are pretty proud of this sketch.
Not so much this time, actually. But you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kinda like it.
How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend, Lulu. Oh, bye.
What? How did you figure it all out?
Larry, you're an idiot! From your incessant prattling! You just can't help yourself, can you?
Fine, then I won't say another word!
Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Why are we... Okay, I guess it's because, like, the chess dimension is mostly in Edward's head, I would assume. So, like, him not talking in whisper text, or, like, mental text, is fine, but it's still weird. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here.
What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kind of hung around by the fountain.
You didn't get a pamphlet? You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk. Did you? Did you not pay, Larry? Did you just sneak in? You bitch! You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here? You didn't pay upon entry? What the You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I thought entry must be free. Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk. You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time? Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. And right after she finally got the place open for business, too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now. You know a lot about the Winter Wing. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happened to be in the said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? Oh. How? How'd you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I don't deny it. Larry's not one to confess so easily. And again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. Expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. I'm done with you! Go home! Oh my god, that's great. Did you enter the Winter Wing? Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You mean you didn't go in? What the fuck? You tried to get in, but you couldn't. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but... That old guy came out and fell to the ground, and... Like I said, it was all pretty shocking. The victim prevented you from entering. So you were not able to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you. Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door and then down he went. But wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. I thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch for one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Well, I did not see something. But that doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? You saw something totally terrifying, didn't you? You fucking ignoramus. I hate you so fucking much. I hope you know this. Really, Larry, you could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. This took... Oh, I hate the chess dimension. How did you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point in trying to keep it a secret any longer. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. I couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it. You keep talking about a Gemini statue. But there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? Yes. You did, because you're stupid enough to think that that would exist. Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the winter wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. Is that what we mean? Yeah. Take a look at this pamphlet. Interesting. Oh, that's Pisces and Aries we're seeing then. In the other one, I assume. Huh. I'd be hanging out in the spring room like nonstop. Wait, Aquarius is a winter sign though. Oh, I guess, wait, no, this is when it appears in the sky, not the thing. You know what? I need to look at this pamphlet all the way through, honestly. Oh, is it just the 2 pages? It's just the 2 pages. Yeah, those have to be Pisces and Aries and that Gumshoe was seeing. Or the other one, instead of Aries, it could be Capricorn, I guess. The Autumn Wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Oh man, Larry, you're so calm. I'm proud of you, buddy. Huh? Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the 2 people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so,
Well, I want to see.
Really? All right, here. Damn, that's a good sketch. Also, what the fuck? What's that pink puddle over there? What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood.
I have to say, Larice, it's pretty scary.
Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. Freaked me out so bad, I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all? Larry, you have gotten too calm about bodies. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish, that's what I mean. A goddess with a fishy bottom half. Oh, whoa, that was an Edgeworth voice. Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie.
Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just 2 plain old fish.
Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish, that's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other.
Aw, look at you, tucking it carefully into your organizer.
I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. Oh my god! You're the worst, Edgy! The worst! Kinda freaky deaky though, huh? Statue with a bottom half that changes shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the Autumn Wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. There'll be some kind of trick to this Pisces statues, perhaps. Yes, Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the Autumn Wing. good detective sure has impeccable timing.
Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue.
You're going in there, Kay? Maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. I'm going to have you in handcuffs to make sure you don't do something stupid. All right, everyone, to the autumn wing. Oh, there's some weird light electrical boxes. Okay, here we are at last. And it really does look a lot like the winter wing. Glad you could make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No! For the last time, the name is Larice Dotem! Detective, your report if you don't mind. Ignore the idiot. Yes, sir! Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guessed it was used pretty recently. Somebody using it to heat something. How odd. Was the stepladder already there like that when you entered? Yeah, guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? Ew. There's like condensation on the outside. It makes it look kind of gross. A Pisces statue. Huh? You're sure up on your constellations, sir. You know what the one in the other case is too? Is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Yes, there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's draped around it kind of tripped me up. Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident, too. Take a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases, too.
Yeah, and that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad.
Sure, let me whip them on. Let me whip them all up, all right off for you. Ah!
Wow, they're beautiful.
Yay, Aquarius. And there is Aries. So the transformation Larry witnessed. Could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away? See, Edgy? See? I wasn't imagining things, and I wasn't mistaken. Ugh. Listen, Milester. I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the winter wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in such a way as to make them look similar. With the cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half up and he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some length to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Fender? Hello? No. Anything but you two. Fuck off. Mr. Winner and Judge Cavell. Pieces of shit. What the heck are you guys doing in here? It's almost like this is a museum and people come here to look at things. You weirdos. You're the last thing I need. This is my seat, you hear? Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. I found the crime scene. This is my crime scene. Thank you. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you. You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean? Exactly. Your, salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to payday now.
Always wanted to say that.
Man, getting a wage cut from you, of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police investigation as a witness and a bystander. Detective Gumtree was entirely in the right.
Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead?
That's not what I'm saying at all. But you should, honestly, give that poor man a raise. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. I'm firing his ass. I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene.
What? But we only just got here.
The goddess of justice has conferred her blessing on Eustace, and Eustace alone. What? By which you mean, this is Mr. Winner's case.
That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything.
What did you say? A suspect? Already? Who?
Who else but your artist friend over there?
Huh?
Me? What's going on, Edgy?
Your guess is as good as mine. Can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works.
Unsurprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset.
I think you were looking for the word aptitude, honestly. Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. Yeah, no, I got it. Well put, Eustace. Oh my god, stop! You gotta tell a kid when he's wrong, girl! Oh my god. I just don't want to deal with these guys. I don't want to do it. So far, these are literally the two worst characters. Like, oh my god. I'll take Old Bag any day of the week. I'll take Lot of Heart. I'll take Lot of Heart over these two. My god. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude.
Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy?
Wow, he's totally shameless.
Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from.
And where might that have been?
It's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. But wait there a second. Let me just call him real quick.
Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone.
Why let him make the call if you know the answer?
The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Oh, I missed the names from the fan translations. Normalium and Fatalium. They're dumb, but it was funny. Ubiquium and Asphyxian. Asphyxian's kind of a cool name for a poison, like a proper name for a poison, honestly. Ubiquium. Okay.
What kind of chemicals are they?
Oh. Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it is entirely benign. Oh, that explains the tears then. So it's something anyone could get their hands on. Precisely. But the same cannot be said for Asphyxian.
That does sound nasty. What is it used for?
It is the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. Aw, no. I need that to be, like, something X. Kind of like Cold Killer X. Come on, guys. The bottle's, like, made for it. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from. And you expect a fucking artist to have gotten a hold of that shit?
I'm back! I know the name of the chemical now.
Don't waste your breath. Judge Gavel informed us already.
Huh? Oh, great. That makes this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, ubiquium, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them.
I hate you.
Your friend, the artist.
You can't accuse me just because of that!
Objection. Yes, I can. To the paints on that palette in your hand.
Edgy? Is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. I hate him so.
Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here.
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you. Nothing more. You... Oh my god, you're such, like... a boy mom? Is that, like, the term I'm thinking of from TikTok? I hate you. And that's not even your real son. That's not your son. I don't think. Why not give them another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions?
Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers.
God, I hate him.
Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct?
I love that we're acting like this is a murder when it's not.
And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person. He was one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Gavel? You think so too, right?
It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. What a roundabout way of saying, like, agreeing without actually agreeing. Like, wow, bitch. Wow, bitch. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps?
Think I might have left my heart there, you know. And you might have picked it up.
Shut up, Larry. Don't fall for her. Fall for any other woman. I don't care. Go back. No. I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict. Ignore him, please. Your Honor, it's for the best.
Quit stalling. You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tail between your legs, because I win!
I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice.
Piece of shit.
It's a mixture, you bitch. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize of incoherence.
So you agree that I deserve a prize?
Oh my god, he's so stupid! Holy shit! How did you pass the bar? How? I don't know. Ah! Oh, I hate Eustace. I hate him so much. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Okay, I keep going. What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces.
It did, and it was created by the artist guy, with the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium.
Allow me to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, a fixion. Paint containing ubiquium alone couldn't create a kind of gas at all. Any kind of gas at all.
It wouldn't?
Oh my god.
I thought they said the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium.
So you're telling me all this was based on mishearing of the forensics report? The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about.
My aptitude? What does it even mean? Oh my god. You literally used the word 5 minutes ago!
It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. An attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely.
I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again.
It's not hard to do when you're this stupid. Oh my god. What I am doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Oh my god. How are you the one about to steal my fucking job? Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the autumn wing. And secondly, that you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium with white asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else. Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help.
Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you.
I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done. He is bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him.
It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner.
I tried, if you are sure.
Come on then, show me what you got.
At least you're brave in your stupidity.
What shows how the gas was created, huh?
Hello.
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing.
Well, they do say I have a good eye.
The red tears Mr. Butts saw. That was the ubiquium.
What? Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, Zora Culprit is some kind of evil spirit?
How much time am I going to have to waste taking him through this step by step? This fucking idiot. The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas, remember? They must have mixed with something else inside that case.
What? And what evidence do you have that that's what happened?
The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. You motherfucker. Oh my god. You need to point out the part that showed the two liquids had mixed together. Well, it's white and red. That makes pink, bitch. Pepto-Bismol! Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed.
Wait! I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxiant?
Do you not know fucking color theory? Have you never been in an art classroom? In fucking kindergarten? What happens when you mix a color with white, my dude? My fucking dude! Holy shit! You should not be a prosecutor. Like, they better show me at one point that he's able to, like, prattle off just fucking law just off the top of his head, or else I'll never have believed that this man passed the bar and that badge is fake. We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white?
Don't treat me like a dumb Edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Apparently, fucking Eugene didn't.
Any idiot knows that red and white makes pink. We found someone stupider than Larry. Oh, what the fuck? Oh! Oh, this is bad for my voice. It was so good. While Eustace and Gavel weren't here, they're the kiss of death. I hate them. I mean, there's variation. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks. That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner?
Oh, I think I do. Ubiquium is red, asphyxiate is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is.
Yes, very good. What the fuck?
Yes, interesting. I think you finally convinced him. Oh my god!
Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility. Nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Fair, honestly. Okay, I will give you that one. The one versus your million.
Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. The true artist never lies or embellishes the truth.
Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion.
Ooh, she's a cold one, but I like it.
Larry, yeah. Edgeworth just shoving him. Get out of here. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of your satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth. Especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that. Mr. Gusto, he is still unconscious and in critical condition. He is? Oh, I didn't know, I'm sorry. Ah! Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. Who holded it? Who holded it? Oh, hi, Larry. Thank you for holding it. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. I'm sorry, honey. This man is like, he has a special chair in the courtroom. Now then, is there something you wish to say? Mr. Artist. If you could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets. Oh, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. My name's Larice Donham, but you can call me Lawrence. Or Larice, I mean. Oh my god. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Donham. Oh yeah, sorry. It's just, there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I am afraid. Well, as it happens, I can back our pal up here on that. What? Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it was just like the guy said. It was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Mauserino? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. I'm just gonna click through this and have a little goldfish snack. I don't know why the pots were mixed up. Because the autumn and winter plants had been swapped. Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter the room from the outside. And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time? The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see. And I suppose we will have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. I'm shocked you let us get away with that. Oh my god. Well, Judge Gavel, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winner's deductions have fallen short of the mark.
What are you talking about? I just need some more time. I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions.
Yes, I can. People's lives are on the line. My God.
You know, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right?
Very well. And perhaps we should call our next suspect. You. Mr. Donut, you may step down from the stand.
Okay, where's the stand? Huh? Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please.
I'll kill you. Overruled.
Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it.
Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist, Alicia Scone. Your aunt's friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. I don't know why I changed her accent, but I did. Let me fix that. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure.
My winning? Of course, Gavel. Let's go get her at once.
You just have to say you're, like, something about him is winning and he's in. I hate him.
Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay?
Sure. I'll just keep doing what I was doing then, I guess. This was fucking weird, man. Is it possible? Could Judge Gavel have suspected Miss Scone from the start? Now that you mention
it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh?
She kinda was, though. What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gavel? I wonder how close I am to the end. No, still in middle. Okay. At least the continues are, like, shorter spaced out than normal, I think.
They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess.
Sorry to keep you losers waiting.
Fuck off, Eustace. My God.
But wait no longer. I won the race to find Alicia Scone. Here she is.
What fucking race? What are you talking about?
Hello, dudes. Hello. Oh my goodness, one moment. My nostrils are not having a good time. They're not. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Delicious Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist could offer. At your service.
So, are you still making confections? Or is that now a mortar and pestle for, like, drugs?
Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some.
You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want.
Then I won't call you the winner, you blighted bloke. All right, Winnie Pooh.
Don't sully Winnie the Pooh's name with that.
Whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie.
So much for call me the winner.
Oh, have we met before, young man?
Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son.
Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles.
If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do.
Greggy Peglegs boy, and all grown up too. Make me feel my age, why don't you?
What's your age? Yeah, I wonder just how old she is. It still won't tell us, the fuck!
You're the same age as them? No, you're not!
Oh, you're not? I thought you were... He's only 17. My brain told me 18. Fuck you, dude. Hi. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist.
Oh yeah! What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Oh, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me visiting her now.
I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack.
Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh, yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. Certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him there than losing vital minutes taking him to hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him.
And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious?
Oh, yes. Well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say.
Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure.
Oh, yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said.
Wow, so the old dog really went to Zhangfa and upped his game. Just like he said he would. This is very fascinating, but all of you can shut up. Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Scone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra?
Of course, dear. You use it to get rid of you-know-whats. Oh, it's awfully strong, though, and that's why they don't sell it in the shops.
Might I ask what you mean by you-know-whats?
The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what.
Oh my god, my throat.
Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it. Those.
Are we talking about cockroaches? Ants? What are we talking about? Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happened when the chemicals asphyxium and ubiquium are combined?
Oh, yes. It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium. Ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. And poor Augusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say.
She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist.
Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it eats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh.
It does?
Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxium's more watery and it's white in colour.
That will do. Thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone.
As well as I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for.
Fuck.
Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully, terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to.
Then why make it? Is it like companies are only allowed to buy it for like health things? Yes, Miss Scone. Very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind.
What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report?
Yes, sir. Poor Gumshoe. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case opens from the top.
Huh, that's rather unusual.
And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it. Is the case made of ice too?
We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium.
Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So, how did things wind up as they are now?
I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might.
You guys are that desperate to get my goods on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth.
Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves. No, I think a goddess of justice would be like, help? Fuck yeah. Youch! Why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait. Don't tell me the committee is some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? Oh, excuse me, I got a hiccup. If you could answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. You heard the lady, Smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? This bitch did. The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed. Immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see.
Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off.
On it! Boopy boopy boop. Don't scare me like that!
So this is what you were talking about, your Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case.
Yeah, which is what's keeping that lid on real tight.
The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage. Oh, so that's a pretty thick layer of glass, if only a face of it is cracked. I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing side. On its outer facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracks. Makes me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead.
It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Oh. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat-cracked in the first place? Why, indeed. A heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Malzarino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case.
What? But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first!
It would have been quite the wait.
Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers.
How did Mr. Gusto open the case? This little blowtorch, hello. The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack.
A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it! Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid.
Indeed. You beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end.
Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue.
No, it was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. God, you suck. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Whitner can follow along too?
Sure. Just for him. All right, here goes. Boopy, boopy, boopy.
I love that Larry's just sketching all this the whole while. Oh, hi. Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing. And while he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. Uh-huh. And? Oh. As the ubiquium melted and mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. So he opened the case. Oh, so we opened the case, and out came the gas, huh? Seems we got there in the end. My God. But why the heck a doodle-doo? Shut up, Fender! Goddamn! Did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here.
Called you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was never so confused. What with it being where Chillywink's room was all those years ago? There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Wouldn't it be all 6s and 7s, eh?
I wonder what 6s and like. That's an interesting turn of phrase that I need to look into. Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose. Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. 'Cause I'm the best. The answer to what exactly? The man was going to end it all! A dramatic exit stage left sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Oh my God. No. No offense, my God. No one would ever do it that way. They want simple and quick, not asphyxiation. Well, not this. No, what?
Have you been listening at all this whole time?
At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. I fucking don't get it, dude. Then again, if memory serves me right, the school you fucking go to, makes sense you'd come out of that the way you are. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Sure. Thanks, Gavel. Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me.
That's nothing to brag about, you know.
Shut up! Can you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It's, it was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap.
How could you say that?
I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you use your expertise to try to take one.
I beg your pudding. How dare you?
I'm slipping into Southern. Hold on, let me get it back. It's right there. There it is.
Beg your pudding? How dare you? I did no such thing.
Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner?
You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious Pharmacist license. And it says it right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra.
Is that how... I gotta go ask Seth. Does he have like a pharmacy license? Like a card? I'm gonna go poke him. A product that we have established contains asphyxian, one of the ingredients of our poison gas.
Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all just a terrible misunderstanding. And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, huh? No.
There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap.
No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me.
Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere. I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
That's not it. That's not it.
That cloth looks familiar.
Ah, here we go. I knew it was here somewhere. Look.
And what is this?
There's something written on it, I think.
April 1st. Complaint filed. Offense, theft. Item stolen. Infesticide Ultra. 1 bottle. It's a crime report related to a theft.
A what? What's a theft? I don't know that term. See, you silly billies. I told you somebody pinched it off me. Week ago, no less.
By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today?
That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I'd forgot my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff.
I see. But why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you?
Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice, clean kitchens? Types of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done! Psst, Cavell? What do I do now?
Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. Can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story, after all. She may be lying to us.
Good idea! Alright, I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere! So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all.
Indeed. She really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, and I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So, who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time and the means to prepare. 2 factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah? And who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room to look like another? I think it's Judy. Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared it in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Nice shooting, Malzarino. I'm gonna have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for.
I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged, which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team.
You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash?
No! I mean, we're only just getting started.
Oh? Then what's our next move?
Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound.
And then...
And then I'll think about what to do after that.
Eustace? Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly.
Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing.
Yes, sir.
Gavel, we're going to talk to Miss Bound.
Very good, Eustace. Is this like an internship? Is he like just like, he hasn't graduated and hasn't actually like passed the bar or gotten his badge, but this is like an internship from his law school or whatever? We'll join you, if you don't mind. Look at that smug bitch on his phone. God, I want to just punch him or push him into the fountain. That'd be so cathartic.
All right, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me.
Oh, you're not talking... Okay.
Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to go talk with Miss Bound ourselves?
Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy.
A lazy strategy? And one where you won't get all the nuances, you fucking idiot. Jesus. I mean, technically, I know this is how it... Is that how it normally works in the States? Yeah? But I mean, the prosecutors can do questioning too, but... Huh. Eustace, are you a representation of the American children?
I hope not.
I really hope not.
You spoiled little... he's so exhausting. I need a break.
Did they write you Eustace just so Kay was not as hated?
Huh? There's something in the fountain.
Ah!
Oh my god, a body!
It's a body!
What on earth? Oh no, his foot! Order! Order in the court! Somebody call forensics! Bad news, sir! Real bad news! Order! I will have order, detective! The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing! Oh. They've all melted! Why would they melt those? What? Huh? You're not even continuing the lines! What did Huh say? Oh god, I hate Eustace. What is the meaning of this?
And we have 2 victims?
Yeesh. Talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice has melted again.
Again?
This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky dink. You're with me, right, Miles Arena? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. I will say the mystery of this one is really interesting, despite the horseshittery that is Eustace and Gavel, but at least the case itself is kind of fun. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. One that has been 18 long years since. It's the same body? A murder at a confectionery contest. And of one of the participants, no less. Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicia Scone and made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, All of his icy creations had melted clean away. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma was a total jerk. Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aim are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. What if somebody's innocent? But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It could happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. That's kind of nice to hear. Which is why defense attorneys exist. You're human too, though. Our job is to help people in just such situations. To be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped. But that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more about him before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will! I promise! Not gonna eat the note with that on it? Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means.
Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound! Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped.
I'm sorry if they are not to your taste.
No way, they're great! They're so sweet!
You're very kind. I imagine. Me, of all people, a mediocre confectioner.
What? You mean you made these yourself?
Yes, Samson loves chocolate. Chocolat. So I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Keen to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants whenever he wants sounds amazing.
I'm sorry, did you see something?
Nope, nothing at all. Dear, sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course. Then what right would I have to stay here otherwise?
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby. Mr. Tangaroa took me in.
How old is Mr. Tangaroa? Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. Good for him.
That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life and became the father I never had. And I can never repay him.
God, that portrait is so pretty.
And so my work for him is the least I can do. And I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. That wasn't pretty at all. I'm welling up a little myself.
And to think today is Christmas Eve, and I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Even commit murder. I mean, what? Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid.
Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
Oh. My. They're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too.
Oh, hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations on the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do.
Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well.
Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type.
It seems she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes. I use this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Oh, I'd love to see it in action.
Then why don't I take your picture?
Yes! Come on, Mr. E! Let's get a shot of the both of us! Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day, says the man covering it with a hat.
Ready? Say cheese! There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much! That was such a cool camera!
Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used this same camera during the contest.
Yes, you assume correctly.
Whoa. Her height, increased like crazy. That's posture, baby.
He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape. And later to take some photos of the other contestants' work.
But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Ah, yes. Samson wanted pictures of all the entrants' completed rooms. But the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
But had he really, though?
I went to our living area to change the film and was passing through the fountain room on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room.
And then that's just things that we've heard already.
Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera has been with me ever since.
I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera in this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course. Here you go.
Thank you. I wanted to see the photo of them together. Oh, hello. Her walk cycle's great. Detective Bad! Miss Scone! Are they done investigating?
They're done with me, that's for certain. The big mateys told me to clear off. Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. The cheek of him.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off too, Detective Bad? Yeah. Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, He's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost... Oh, I switched to Edgeworth. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room.
That's right. And I have to say he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. But is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours.
Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us?
Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective? Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's going to stonewall my investigation, then I'm not going to play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now, can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad.
Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Well, I haven't the foggiest what you're all going on about, but here's to new friends, eh?
It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. All right, let's take a look at that photograph. Here. This is what Frost Room looks like right now.
Yikes, there's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles.
The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I should. Oh, I think there's a tool missing? No. A tool was moved. Nope, it was not. Okay. It was unplugged from the Gemini. There's a cart. No, the cart's still there. Okay, interesting. No, it wasn't unplugged from... Oh, it was just unplugged from the wall, but it's still plugged into the machines. I am sure that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Yeah. Once that was out of the socket, the display case has lost power. And up the temperature went. Looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope. Still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste.
You could say that again.
Oh, excuse me.
I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance.
So they tasted good?
Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit. Of course, that was unbearable.
The salty bit?
It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the happy thing.
You ate the strings! Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them?
I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you it was all horrible and salty.
It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can drop it for you. There we go. Yes, it looked like just like that.
It's almost like a signature or something. Wait.
I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that hop without the strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? What? Oh, she starts dancing when she's nervous.
No, I barely knew him, I swear.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards his work.
No, I just... The sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he'd miss something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his works than that.
What makes you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. And it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but if you don't share. So what are these two pieces of evidence of yours?
Oh no, I probably have to present them in the correct order. Okay. And then the second is the teapot. Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Which was not carved, it was definitely stamped, that's clever. Because certain metals can melt ice pretty well easily. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work.
I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywing statues out of the letters PH carved in them, plain as day.
PH? Shouldn't it have been AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark? We have already established the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halik. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out of as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound?
Well, yes. I know that he always marks his works with initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
You mean Paul Halik was... That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was in fact a fan of sculptures. Mr. Frost was, in fact, none other than famed sculptor Paul Halik. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bound that what matters is what she believed it. Is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. All right. I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you admit it. You are aware of who Mr. Frost really was.
I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halik. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that.
And, be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken.
Oh, I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging. And that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film. One of Mr. Frost's body, and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do?
Well. Oh, yeah. We can account for 3. There should be way more.
Take that.
How much longer do I have? Oh my gosh, okay. The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Miss Frostroom to me. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too. 3 photographs in total. And yet the film cartridge in the camera only has 3 exposures remaining, out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then, we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you.
Huh. These are all shots of Frostroom.
I'm so sorry.
Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me. It was you?
It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Halik's works, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity.
And how did that make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
By mistake. Are you sure?
I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound.
Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. Hope it helps. Two photos. I want to look at those, please. Not now, Von Karma.
Are you infernal nuisances still here?
Oh, God. My throat decided to be stupid. Hold on.
You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation.
Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless.
Seems you don't know when to shut up either. But I commend you on your stubbornness.
My brain immediately forgot I wanted to look at this. Okay. I can spot the difference at least. I don't really see any other crazy differences.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. And to you, Mr. Gusto.
I don't remember your voice. No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was...
Oh.
Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Duty bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangaroa.
No,
I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please! I'm not done questioning her myself.
And do you think I care because... Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers.
Fine by me.
Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins.
That pose from Edgeworth was awesome. He took literally everyone with him. Indeed. I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we get going, anyway. It is rather late. I hope the snow is let up. Alright, home time. Guess my stomach's in agreement, too. Alright, let's go grab a burger. Are you like Maya? Before my own stomach starts grumbling, too. Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. Hey, Muffin. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. We are just flying through these. But I have a feeling that... Oh, finally, we're in the ladder. Oh my god. We're near the end. Hopefully. Oh, hi. What are you doing in here? Merry Christmas. I'm feeling a bit better. Yeah, oh, actually a lot better, honestly. Finally, I don't feel like my throat is fighting against me. It's still like throwing a little tiny bit of a fit, but I am feeling so much better. Hey, it's Miss Bound.
Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures.
Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too?
Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Don't know why you're on that side of the glass, though. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Yeah, no, I think it might have been RSV that's been floating around the neighborhood recently. It was bad, but I'm so happy to be a lot healthier. Oh my god, are you okay, sir? I don't remember you having white hair. No, what? I'm sorry. Good morning. Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you?
Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. He's gonna, like, die. Yay! Right? No, oh my gosh. There's a certain point, though, it's like, oh, what are they gonna do? Not let me graduate, kind of a thing? But, I blessings be upon you, good God. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Samson!
Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? We do, I think. Have some chocolate. Good sir. Huh? Is that chocolate for me?
Oh, those are the chocolates
I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Ooh! Ooh, I'm excited to see those in the Discord. Oh, that'll be cool. I didn't know they were different. But I guess that also kind of makes sense. That's what I get for living in a very America-centric America. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero. I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Shoves him in his mouth. Just eat him. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy?
Yes, how were they?
I am not singing. You can't make me game. It's well-written lyrics, I guess. Good, yay. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them.
And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Bring a look up what he can sing. He's at work. And he wouldn't, I know I can sing. I just don't like hearing myself sing. I don't like doing it over recording, if that makes sense. It's like, hearing it later will torture me. Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halik. Artie Frost was Paul Halik? I never would have imagined.
Poor Mr. Halik.
So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halik was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. A bunch of zodiac statues. Guess I'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece? Nah. Seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Oh. Yeah, now there's nothing but puddles. What a bummer.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Get that, but I'm going to try to go against those anxiety and sing a song and upload that to you. Oh my gosh, yes! No, fight against that cringe. It's something I still have to work on myself. I've gotten better with it a little bit because some college classes force me to do it, but like, oh, it still makes me, it's secondhand embarrassment for myself. it's so dumb. But do it. I encourage you. I support you. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Weird. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. Is it your dance guard? Is it the guard that knows the dance? Oh, he's not standing in the right spot. Damn it. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off of anybody new he meets. Now, you are going to tell me about what you learned yesterday. Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learned the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up to the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was, it tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? And what exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion.
I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth.
Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime. Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I never tasted anything like it! It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry, but are you saying that the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre, the one shown here without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. And it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. Oh, I'd rather die. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. Need a drink? I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seemed so bland to him.
What? But your taste buds are your livelihood!
Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You what? You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like.
Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody.
Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Whoa, did her hair glitch for a second? That was weird.
Yes, you're right, of course. If that is what you wish.
What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? They need to share that with the world, the fuckers!
Well, I suppose I should be getting back.
Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy.
Yes, Samson?
There's more to life than just me. Oh. I don't think we should be part of this conversation. Should we leave? Please, Judy. Think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around.
Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting, right there at the mansion, until you come home.
Yay, thank you.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, Miss Bound! Oh, that was Fender. Judy. Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halik collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them?
Oh no, Gregory. We know why you die.
I mean, you don't actually, like, protect, but still. Day's been good so far. Really, it's just woke up late. Oh, I started playing Breath of the Wild again. I never have beaten it. And so I started playing it, but I've been playing it on my Switch, which means I don't have my original save file. So I had to start again, which I think is probably for the best, honestly. So I've been enjoying it. It's still not my favorite Zelda game, but I think it's just mostly I'm really bad at controlling Link and fighting properly. So the game's actually really hard for me. But other than that, I've been doing pretty good today. It's a nice, relaxing day. I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked you of everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah, yes. I'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Carmel will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. Hell yeah. That's awesome. And yeah, no, I remember, I guess it was technically like my first day student teaching, but that was my last semester with college, and I felt just as nervous because it's also like, oh, I'm teaching young minds. Fuck, I could mess them up. Oh shit. But yeah, I'm glad your day sounds like it's been good despite the nerves. Oh, excuse me. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. No, we have to Fender, shut up. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see those other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that, too. And don't expect to speak with anybody, except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure. Like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine, as long as there's at least some way to continuing our investigation. Good. Yeah, no, even like my senior year, it felt weird. Of high school was weird. Junior highs last year was weird. It's always weird to like be in the last step of like one section of life. The nerves never go away. It's always there. All right, what the fuck am I looking for here? These are the weirdest things ever. Can we go upstairs? Where does this elevator go? The second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day. That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. You'd come, wouldn't you, Detective? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys. Oh, hello, Miss Bound. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about earlier.
She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say.
I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours.
Whoa! Pretty! Interesting. Yeah, they have the same flowers and feathers and stuff. Why? Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake.
Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. But he loved the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems.
Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final?
Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing.
Yeah, these games are stupid kinds of dramatic. They're very much what is the word I'm looking for? Exaggerations of life, kind of a dealio. Thank you. Yeah, I my voice choices sometimes are not, like, really off because I'm just like, I need a different sounding voice. But yeah.
Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final.
Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? Because that happens sometimes. Sometimes you can't afford a babysitter. You're sure you're happy for us to keep holding on? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this?
Oh, thank you. Of course. I hope it helps with your investigation. Yay. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned.
Oh, hey, it's that one cookbook. We've seen this book before. It was in the... Oh, that's bad. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room.
That's right. He put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize.
What? The Cure is the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it.
Oh, no. We told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet.
So the contestants all knew that the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. That's the weirdest name for it then, if it's a recipe thing for, like, disorders. That's okay. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook, if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines.
Exactly. Or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune.
But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest?
Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa Group?
The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. Yay! Cold Killer made an appearance. Hooray! I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group, if you don't mind. Oh, no, it was so good. Anytime I see it pop up on, like, Facebook, I watch it. I really enjoyed Sonic 3. It was a good movie. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business?
No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was so tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it.
I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the book back for them.
So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa Group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to.
So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in a contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost really wasn't a confectioner either. But he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad.
Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor, the gifted crafter of desserts, too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure if I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course.
She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. Huh. Broke them as a father. Wow, that's an interesting phrase to say to a children's movie review. That's, huh. Like, I'm not saying Sonic 3 is, like, high art or nothing, because, like, it's not like Citizen Kane or something, but, like, it's a solid family movie. And it's definitely the best showing I've seen of Shadow that didn't have me just giggling like an idiot, because edgelords are kind of funny to me. And it was a really good showing for Knuckles. Knuckles is, like, my favorite character now, thanks to that movie. But yeah, it's like, it's not high art, but it's still a good movie. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too! Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound!
Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out.
You know, I think that cheered her up a little. That was the plan. Get her out of here and just make her feel better. Okay, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Hi. Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir! I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And what did you find? Chocolate and what looks like kind of the flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms, here right to this fountain. Yes, that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. That's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? I can understand frustration at Hollywood in major motion pictures not going to career voice actors like for TV shows and stuff. But I have no complaints about the voice acting from Sonic, especially since they do have a voice actor in Tails. But like, they did a great job. It's not like it was, what was the one movie that was like, it's a little awkward? Like the Mario movie, the voice acting was like a little awkward, but it was fine. So that's a weird thing to say, cause like, interesting critique, but I don't agree with it. Like there was a moment or two that Keanu felt a little like awkward at the very beginning, but it felt like as the movie went on, he got more comfortable in the voice, and so he was fine. Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another look at the... that's just... the past. I don't want to reread the past. Oh yeah, the blood did get removed. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pooled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to the victim. Hi. The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. I've seen like clips, but I haven't like cemented them in my head. I know Luke is really interested in getting the game, and anytime I see it, I remind him, but money tight right now, especially with me going to a conference in like 2 weeks. I gotta keep up my teaching license somehow, even if I'm not teaching. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? That's so random. Oh, okay, cool. We've learned a little more about the contest's participants. But there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. We read this today. Oh my god, hi. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. I need to actually double-check which one was whose. Huh. Yeah, that's a toughie. Oh, yeah, no, the conference is, like, it's basically a drama convention. A bunch of drama students, from various high schools and junior highs from across the state, go to these conferences to learn more about acting, technical stuff, design, things like that for theater. Teachers also get the opportunity to take some panels in order to earn, like, I think it's technically referred to as points, towards renewing a license. So if I go every year, I should be able to renew my license when it expires in 4.5 years here. It's a lot of fun. They have a lot of cool people show up. We have, like, I think an improv group coming this year. We all get to see a bunch of shows put on by the college that usually hosts the conference, and then a bunch of high schools near the host college. So I'm gonna go see Scarlet Pimpernel, and oh, what was the other show I was seeing? Now I want to look at that. Yes, champagne glass with a muffin boy. That's the fucking best. Hell yeah. Hold on, I'm actually gonna look up what my other show was, because my brain is, like, now mad I'm not remembering. There we go. The other show I was seeing, oh, Between the Lines. They are both shows I have not seen before, so I'm really excited. And I get to see some friends, because they go to the college that's hosting it. So I get to go hang out with them, too, which will be nice. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win with such a high-level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Did they cheat? There's so much cheating in this contest, it's terrible. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Hello? Oh, hi, shit. Ha! You're really angry.
Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it.
Mr. Von Karma.
I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't think I am, so go ahead. You can tell me about it. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto. In which case, fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer.
Very well. What is it?
I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. Oh, testimony. Oh, God. I wasn't ready. I don't want to deal with it.
The connection between Gusto and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, that was it. Okay. And that's all? That's a short-ass testimony. I don't think I've seen shorter. Oh, jeez Louise.
That's all I have to say to you.
What? But that doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. This is literally... I don't think I've even... Was there... No, I think there might have been a game with like a 1 block testimony. And it's like, what am I supposed to do with that? Fuck it. Fuck you. Yeah, but their sculptures are weird. Objection. Such a young objection out of him. I hate it. I wonder if you could look at 2 confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree?
Get to the point.
As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their 2 entries also tasted exactly the same.
What are you suggesting?
I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance, the 2 may appear to be superficially different, it soon became quite apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the 2 were working together.
If you figured that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it.
Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating.
But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage.
You could be lying to me, though.
Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night.
How do you snap the way you do, sir? Because you start with a finger up and then it go down. Oh, wait, it's a snap with your... Oh, that's a terrible way to snap, dude. With your pointer and your thumb? That's fucking awful. Oh, here we go. There's a deal. You can play a shadow from the movie. Oh, really? That's kind of actually amazing. I might want that just for that. Oh my gosh, I have to tell Luke that there's movie shadow in the game now. That's his favorite shadow.
It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final.
So, you knew the 2 were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. Simply slipped my mind to explain that to you.
It doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what he is hiding. I can't let things end like this.
Get to the statement I want.
But why were they cooperating?
Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone.
So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the final?
Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another.
Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals, and I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind.
If you must. Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. The 2 cooperated until the day before the final, when then decided to compete on their own merits.
I don't think that's true.
Objection.
They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
How many times must I explain this to you?
Ah, that's even more interesting that he's able to hide it. Huh. I'm definitely curious. I'm super curious to hear that now. Whoa, controller, don't leave me.
Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example— You have a wife?— is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, if you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony, namely that she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery.
I mean, yeah, but...
No more objections, I take it.
There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E, there's something that's been on my mind. Yes, what is it, Hetty? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures. Could he really have done all that and help Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I'd have barely gotten as far as the setting the flavored water up to freeze part. Huh. Just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. You're gonna get, like, so sick from eating all that paper. That's a lot of glue, dude. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Make the day of the final. Make it out of something else entirely. Let's be that. He must have made the flavored ice the day before. And all he would have had to do was sculpt it.
What are you muttering about now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something after all. I realized that you're correct.
What?
Mr. E! I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh? Accepting defeat at last, are we?
The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. And whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me. That he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? Yeah, I've heard that from, like, Alpharad. He seemed to really like it.
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
How? How dare you call my methods into question?
That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me.
One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Sweet, sweet lore. It makes me so sad. Like, I wish I could play Sonic games, but they give me the worst motion sick. like sickness. Like, oh, they make me so ill, and it makes me so sad. How could you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time.
Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap.
Well, cat's got your tongue.
But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him.
If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
I knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this.
What cute kids.
That's Gusto and Frost and their sons. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph.
But why? I'm right. Oh my god. Just imagining the loop-de-loop was making me want to die in a VR. Ugh. I can barely handle those kinds of roller coasters. So it's basically just like Sonic's a roller coaster simulation, but way faster. And no thank you. I will die.
Seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise.
No. No. Oh, no. He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto.
Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with.
Bye, sir.
That smug, self-righteous jerk!
I'll give him something to get... What? I'll give him something to be getting on with. I know! It doesn't... I don't know what he's doing. He's crazy. How do you... It took me until... I am so sad to admit this. It took me until... it was either end of high school or my first year of college, like when I was 18, to finally figure out how to snap. I couldn't ever do it. So just watching this guy, it's like, fuck you. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa is finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? We've seen this before. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Yeah. I still can't whistle. I have practiced so much. Still can't fucking do it. I have had so many, different people explain to me how they do it, in their words, how to do it. I still can't do it. I can't whistle. I'm also the weird child that I can't burp. I just can't. It's so dumb. You can, what? You can do it too? You can whistle both ways? What? That's a thing? What the fuck? Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tagaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. Okay, we're just one sentence at a time. I don't know why I have to logic that. I thought we solved the blood in the fountain thing. There were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tagaroa's room, and we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Let's see. I assume this. That's true. I guess that's fair. Just do whistling technique, but breathe in and out. Oh, that's actually... You know? I might have to go practice whistling again. I never really thought of breathing. I don't think anyone's ever used the word breathing with whistling, but now it's like there's something in my brain that's trying to click. It's like, can I do that? Can I do this? Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. Oh my goodness. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? Why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? I guess connect these for some reason. Really? Okay. But at least that's like the breathing out thing instead of like blowing might actually help with the whistle thing. But that's something I gotta like sit with for like a while. So the body might have been moved aside or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body. It's why Mr. Von Karma even have... Wait, it's did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Oh, that's crazy. That's kind of a fun twist in an Ace Attorney game. Mr. E? We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everyone's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma. I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Then I was walking home out in the cold. Ooh. Ooh. So the breathing actually might be something. I'm gonna have to figure out whistling. That's my next goal. Is I'm gonna figure out how to whistle. Because that'd be so useful. Oh, it'd be so useful in my work. Because just a quick little whistle to get someone's attention when I'm up in like some catwalks or something. That'd be so handy. Because then it would save my voice a tiny bit. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear he might have been, and still is. And I'm not about to let him get away with it. I am confronting you! I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir. Oh.
Yes, what is it now?
I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you have been keeping from us.
Really? You mean to call the methods of an official and sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you. If you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you.
What?
Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is?
What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear.
Mr. E is a bit different. The biggest difference being Mr. E is a human, while Ninjago is a ninja android. An android! Oh my goodness. Yeah, this Edge... Oh, Gregory. You know, seeing how his son operates, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a little bit of robot in him. Because his son has a little bit of robot in him, I feel. Oh, excuse me.
My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say, I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps?
And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence.
I do. Because this is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn.
We're gonna give him a penalty, hell yeah!
What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body?
Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander.
Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can.
I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I'm under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go?
What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what?
That's important shit, dude. Yeah, tell that to his 40-year win record. This is why he's a villain, the final villain of the first game. I love Von Karma. He's such a good villain. Because he's just absurd. Oh, he's so absurd. If you have the chance to go back, watch our playthrough of the first game. Because just his whole villain arc is like, what the fuck? Kinds of amazing. So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, it all makes perfect sense.
What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain?
Stop. How do you do that?
But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went?
Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What am I throwing at him? What are you talking about, Edgeworth? Oh, that? Okay. Sure, I guess. Where it went? I assume. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing pieces of the blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points toward one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Yeah, and then we had a bunch of stuff from before 2020 that we pre-recorded with a bunch of friends. That shit's really good, except for like maybe the first 3 games, just because our sound quality was garbage. It was so bad. Oh, it's shocking because I just saw a notice on our content page. This channel's 11 fucking years old. We started this like right as soon as me and Luke got married. And that's weird to my brain. And so it's really been nice to see the quality go up. And then, I mean, like 2020 kind of stopped the video, like the pre-recorded quality from climbing, but streaming has been a lot of fun, and I feel like we've been doing better and better as time has gone on. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me!
You! Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water.
No, but I do.
Curse you, bad! You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case.
I was barely on it in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered?
It's true.
It's very true. Oh, man. And I remember hearing about Ninjago back when I was, like, beginning high school, I want to say. My autistic brother was super into it for a little bit. At least the toys. I don't know if he saw the TV show. I can't remember.
It's really quite the claim, you know. And one for which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid.
What must I do to get an answer out of him?
Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will.
Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light at the end. Oh, so that's the evidence that's gonna get Von Karma his one penalty in his career. That's crazy. That it was a fucking autopsy report. Right? It's very it's just made for us. No, I guess I shouldn't claim because it's like I feel like I have not been diagnosed, but I feel like I might be on the spectrum somewhere. Just looking at my family, it's like my mom probably on the spectrum. I have my autistic brother who confirmed on the spectrum. Look at all my siblings and go, we're at least neurodivergent as fuck. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad. But there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me know the secret. All right, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right. But we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. And it is the last thing you did. Because then you got murdered. And it was... Man. Damn. It is nice. Like, this is really cool for Ace Attorney fans who have been here since the first game. That it's like, we finally get to see what the fuck it was that drove... That got Von Karma his one penalty. And why he hated Gregory so much. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case.
So, what happened to the trial?
Well, we lost. For Karma did a real number on us.
Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent?
Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth. Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. The whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. It's April now, oh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. Oh, that's Fender. Poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he even said he wanted to be found guilty.
Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him?
Yeah. Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report. But that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo! He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations.
I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh?
We all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big cases too. Good old Bad. They don't make them like that anymore. Oh my god, Gregory in a suit? Fuck yes, that's awesome. Handsome boy. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Seidman got fired. I'm a Seidman. Yep, that makes sense. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor for the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. Yeah, no, this is so far the best case out of this particular game. And I can tell it was written with a lot of love for the first case, which it's like, or for the first game's stuff, which it's like, mwah, that's good shit. This is good shit.
This is classic Ace Attorney. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. And then my father died. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then... well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got the chance. I should have left him. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. He was a kid, dude. He was like 7 or 10 at the time. My God. Wait, 17 years ago. So yeah, no, he was like 9, dude. Yeah, dude, fuck off. He was a baby. I hope you could forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. No, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed. I have heard of Elfid Lead. I'm very terrified. Like, I've thought about watching it, but I've heard it's a little, like, too gory and a little bit of exploited. Like, what is the word I'm looking for? It's like, I think it is called exploitive horror or something like that. That it's just like, it's doing nothing but shocking you for the sake of shocking you. So it's like, I've thought about it, but like, I don't know. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Suspect data, 39, organizer, blah, blah, blah. Blah. While in detention, discovery of taste of disorder. Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Yeah. Convicted as an accomplice. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. That tracks. If it's, yeah, that tracks. I might give it a go at some point. I fucking watched Higurashi at one point. Though that one I couldn't get through all the way. I had to end up watching someone go over the visual novel just because I was like, this is too visceral. I can't do it. It's so intense. I'm really bad when it, like, it's so funny. I love murder mysteries and stuff like that, but when it comes, if there's too much gore, I can't do it. Like, first date at Luke's place when we were dating. We were going to watch a movie. He showed me The Thing of all fucking films. Oh my God. I'm still traumatized. That thing is gory as shit. But I also, like, really appreciate it because those practical effects is just mwah. But also, I'll never watch it again. You can't make me. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. Blah, 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 blah. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead.
That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him?
Like, it was like our second or third date, but yeah. He just like, let's watch a movie. Here, want to watch The Thing? And it's like, why would you? Why? I still have not let him live it down. I will bring it up and just look at him as I'm telling the story. Like, you know what you did, yeah? I think our first date was I had invited him. Funnily enough, it was not a date at the beginning, not at all. Invited him to come see my. So okay, back it up a little bit more. I went to a 2-year college, and I went to like the high school's like visitation day or whatever to like go check out the school. And Luke was going there at the time, so we ran into each other, and we'd been friends for like at that point 3 years. But I hadn't like seen him a lot because I guess we were friends for 4 years. I hadn't seen him for like 1 or 2 years at that point, but we were friends. He was there, so it's like cool, and we said hi and stuff. Moved on. As I was going to college there, I got into a show, To Kill a Mockingbird, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'll invite him. This is his old college. He can come see some friends. He can come see the show." Don't know why I did that. I really don't know what possessed me to invite him. But when he came over, he took me out to lunch. And after lunch, it was this just local diner with like, it was interesting. It was an interesting menu. It was famous for its burgers and its calamari. So that, if that tells you anything. And as we were getting in the car, he just looked at me and was like, "Can we call this a date?" And I was just like, "Sure." And so that was a date now. And we hung out for a little bit. And then I went and did my show. And then afterwards, after I like said bye to my parents, my dad and my brother who'd come to see the show too. They went off. We hung out for a little bit more at my dorm. I think we watched a TV show or a movie or something. I can't remember what. That's a bit of a blur. But then I sent him off, with his first kiss. We're a couple of dorks. We're the biggest dorks. Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. So then, his confession stands. Do it! Well, I don't know actually how he'll take it. I don't think he's ever had anyone tease him except for me about the thing. But I almost am curious and I want to say do it. Oh my goodness, that'd be funny. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead.
Thank you. How could he?
Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Milesy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died?
Oh, that's right!
You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up.
Yes! The plan is in motion. And now I wonder if he's watching.
Oh, I can never tell if he like peeks into the streams at work. Because he does sometimes when he's like watching a pipe fill or something and he literally can't do anything but sit there. So it's like, oh, I hope he's not here. I don't want the surprise ruined. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day.
How heartbreaking. We gotta do something, Mr. Fender.
Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're gonna see what we can find out. Right, Miles Arita? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way you or my father. Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. And I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son. through and through. Alrighty then. Now that's sorted, we could really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? Nobody. The parts in red ink are my annotations. I must read these annotations. Aw, that stinks. No detailed autopsy report due to the body gone missing. Yeah, okay. So, only a few things added, but still good to know. Thank you, Fenda. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence! Oh, no. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. Except I'm going to look at them now. So, there's the photo. Okay. What are you? Oh, okay, so that's just the murder weapon. That's just files of it. Fingerprints, the book. Cool. Oh, wait. There was... Okay, cool.
You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it.
Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. It's weird. Oh, and that was missing the strings too. So it is almost exactly the same. Oh, that's crazy. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxian, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who was no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago.
Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
No! Go away! The case was good again! Fuck off, Eustace! Ugh!
Oh, no, you don't.
Are you forgetting somebody?
I could have sworn this is my investigation.
Oh, and you're here too. God, can you both go away? Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. This child's the worst. That's all you need to know. He is somehow a prosecutor at the age of 17, which is not weird in the Ace Attorney universe, granted, because we had a prosecutor who became a prosecutor at 13. So that's not weird. What's weird is he's a prosecutor who's a fucking idiot. He is the stupidest guy I've ever met in my life. He didn't know that red and white mixed together made pink. He didn't know. He's so dumb. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. I hate her.
Ugh, she isn't pulling any punches.
The identity of the body for the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. Right? Go back to school. I know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Ugh. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. No, I mean, what is it? Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Where is he? There you are. I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered 18 years ago, Mr. Artie Frost.
What? You're saying that was poor Chillywinks?
Wait, who the heck is Chillywinks or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about?
Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his works.
No way. Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner.
Shut the fuck up, Eustace. He's dead. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judge Gavelle knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case, and according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? Now, while the records say stuff like, body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Hello? Whose phone? Oh, of course it'd be you, you little shit.
Yeah, this is the winner.
Oh, I put the there. This is Winter. Because his name is Eustace Winter. I hate him.
Huh? What? Really?
What is it, Eustace?
The body. We've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something. So I guess Edgeworth called it?
I love that you didn't even, like, mostly listen. You were just like, you heard sculptor, blah, 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 Frost, blah, 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 and you're like, okay. He doesn't listen either. That's the other thing. He's like, I listen to half of what people say, and I get the gist of it. It's like, you piece of shit. Don't be a prosecutor. Goddess of justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavelle, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. Please, if you learn to do it for me. Oh my god, this kid needs an ass whooping so bad. Oh. Like, okay, so Kay, the girl with the key in her hair, used to despise her. She was my least favorite character for a long time. Just because it was like, she's supposed to be a great thief or whatever. And she doesn't do shit with great thievery. She's just, she's annoying. But this game's made me like, you know what? I can deal with Kay. Kay's okay. This piece of shit, on the other hand. Oh my god.
No fair. You're trying to steal the win.
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth, you little shit. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern. Hello. Thank you, Fender. Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender? Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Judge Gavelle seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. He's the son of the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. If that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well.
You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours.
Alrighty. Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the side of justice? Stop sexually harassing everybody, Fender. I forgot you suck as an old man.
Hit him! Yes!
Do not test me, Mr. Fender.
Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted, Your Honor. This is the turn up for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our thing after all.
Thanks to your immeasurable help as always.
No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you need something if you find something interesting.
I will.
Well, okay. Shall we?
Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence!
We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium.
Right. We need some more intel.
Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost.
It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right?
Correct. Yeah, by the way, my face is really weird. One side of my face is bigger than the other. Oh. Yeah, that's very... From what I understand, that's super normal. Everyone has, like, no one's face is symmetrical. As much as, like, art would have you believe. Because I know one of my eyes is higher than the other. I think one of my ears is also slightly higher than the other. So yeah, like that's it's weird, but it's totally normal. Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance.
Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for.
Minty. Oh no.
The tea.
Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart.
The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea.
Which is hilarious because it only opened today. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious.
Huh. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost.
Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better take a closer look.
I want to look at this, though.
Curdy containing Ceylon tea leaves. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but I'm pretending. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Sunlight can I mean, you know what? Never mind, I know. Yeah, sun bleach. Not a bad thing to use, considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Oh, is that... Oh, okay, I thought maybe. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. Artificial Frost? Is that what his name's a pun of?
Looks very fancy.
Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to.
Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much?
Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost like Fender said to still have his... Mr. Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost like Fender said to still have this. Ooh. Yeah, I know I got some Norwegian in me. I think I'm like hold on. I have to go through the math. Grandma was half, so my dad's a fourth, so no. Hold on. It was my great-grandfather was a half. My grandma was a fourth. My dad was an eighth, so I'm a 16th. Ah. That's like the most solid of my ancestral. Like my brother has more of the features than me and my sister or my other brother do, but we got some Norwegian in us. I miss my grandma used to celebrate Christmas the way, like, with the candles and stuff. Like I wish I knew names. I'm so bad at knowing my own family history. Right? No, it's like I still need to find the ancestry test. My dad works for Ancestry, and I seem to remember of taking the test at one point, but I never got the results. But I know we had some weird stuff in there. Like, I think we have some Indigenous American And it's like, oh dear. I don't know if I'm happy with that in there because that means it was not brought in a good way into this body. Oh dear. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Oh, hello.
Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like.
Miss Bound. Ah, Judy! Hi. I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt.
2 cups coming right up. This smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning?
Why, yes, is it all right? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there?
Oh no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. You should. Oh, if I get up in time for his Edgelord streams, because he does them so early in the morning for us. He's like at 5 a.m. and it's like, dude. But if I'm awake, I am definitely doing it.
Really? That's odd. I use the exact same blend both times. I can't see what would account for the difference.
Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What did you do to the tea, Larry? Larry, what did you do to the tea? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing! You're just rude, that's all! You don't even try to call me by the right name! It's Laurice Dotem, dang it! You know what? I'm done! We're not talking to you! I'm not talking to you anymore! Well, that was childish, even for him.
Wow, what happened there?
Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. I'm leaving this spot. I also really want to look at this stain. Oh, excuse me. From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea. Oh no, Larry, you broke a cup.
And look, there's a small chunk of a ceramic in it.
Oh, Larry. Oh, Larry, you piece of shit.
I guess somebody must have broke something.
I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. I'm going to find the evidence on this cart really quick. Oh, I don't need to look at the number of plates? Okay. Oh, what time is it for me right now? It's like 4:30. About. No, 4:20. In the PM. I guess I do need to think about that. Oh my gosh, because you're across the pond. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound?
I had to go and tell our visitors were closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. We're just gonna go right out the gate. Okay, not even setting it up a little bit. I hit my cord. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know what happened back then?
Oh, I just realized my mic is, like, really loud. I'm gonna turn that down like a click. There we go. Much better.
In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit.
But why go through the trouble of creating replicas?
Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his greatest unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all.
I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar?
Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident.
She's clearly lying. Oh, dang, yeah. I try to keep track of that in my brain, but I struggle enough with just keeping, like, a time difference between me and California in my brain. Oh, and that's only, like, an hour difference, but yeah. Oh, my goodness. Well, have fun time traveling into the future, I guess, since it's midnight. Enjoy the ninth without before us. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Oh. Then why was it imperative I talk to her? Well, time to go talk to Larry, I guess. I should know, though, because, like, my sibling-in-law lived there for, like, a year, and I still didn't learn. Like a dingus. I hate both of you, I hope you know. Larry, what'd you do? I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. We don't need roads.
Whoa, clean it with the glare off, you two. It's weird.
Oh, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit it! I already told you. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. Oh, that theme song. The theme song of fools. I didn't mean to do that, but... Get in there. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Gavelle. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity! She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy! No, she doesn't. I don't want her to see the real me! The real down-low dirty me! I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you could do is talk to me. Yeah, Larry's kind of just there to be a... I mean, he has a saying from elementary school. If something smells, it's usually the butts. So if there's a problem, blame this fucker. He's an idiot. Alright, I'll talk. Alright, Larry. Enough is enough. Now confess. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Oh yeah, and it's... Larry is one of Edgeworth's 2 friends. He only has 2, and one is his boyfriend. Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smashed. I broke the teapot. Teacup, actually, my dude. A priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch. You really messed up this time, Laurice.
See, Edgy, everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this.
Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. Yeah. When you spend 11 years with somebody. My teapots? I see. He's on his knees. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Donham. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure they're safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it has something you... Oh, wait. Was it actually the teapot broken? I didn't think it was. I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset.
Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? Thank you. I guess it's actually going to be 11 in August, but still. If the channel's 11 years old, it's basically that. Can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about, it's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw the other part under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots.
Oh, I see.
Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. Oh no, it was the oh no, Larry, you genius. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry.
It's really quite all right. Thank you for being so honest.
See, Edgy? Isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of our kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make some more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a long while? Very long while. Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Want to see?
Interested in Larissa's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm gay. I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I'm very gay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured an unusual detail this time, too. Yeah, no, time flies, my guy. It's crazy. It's insane. This channel doesn't feel as old as it is. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet.
Really? Now I want to see them too.
Aw, you're such a sweetheart, Kay. All right, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. Yeah, please, thank you. So these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. Oh, those are really nice. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of their fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and, somebody else.
Why did you draw them all on the same page?
Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times. Huh? Oh yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page though.
Wow, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Oh my god. Yeah, Phoenix and like, oh my gosh. In the first game, the subtext is just so gay. And I ship them hardcore. And they just, so gay. It's like, a lot of the characters in these games have just the subtext that, like, everybody's gay except Larry. Larry's the only straight man in existence. Everyone else is bi or gay. Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shades of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Everyone's gay. Yes. Now, I mean, like, it's not, like, flatly stated, but the whole fandom has just come to agree that, like, no, everybody's gay. Everybody, except Larry. Larry, because the only evidence we have as in the fandom that it's, like, Larry's straight is if you present to him in other games a man's portrait that's not relevant, he just looks at it and goes, yeah, that they do nothing for me. And it's just like, what? Just the page, please. Goodbye, Larry. I hope we never have to speak again. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Huh? Fascinated by the work of the great Laurice Donham, huh? It's composition, right? No, not exactly. This light blue tablecloth. You painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you. Everything is exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cot here in this room is white. Wow. It's so fascinating to see Larry just calm after he's been contradicted. He's just like, huh. Weird. When he used to just flip out. Like, what do you mean? Your head's so full of crazy theories. The simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? What's that look for? Larry, I'm not stupid. I'm not you. Larry! Oh, that one. Oh, I love that one. Though my favorite Phoenix Wright Edgeworth ship video, or like art AMV type thing, is the one with Hero. Oh my god, that's top tier shit. Oh, it's so good. Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about, you fool. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Oh. A different cart. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing. Yeah, and she was pushing a cart. A different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it I drew. And what did she do with this second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart. Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show. You never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart.
Is there maybe another tea set too?
We better check with Miss Bound. Hello, Miss Bound. Actually, hold on. There's this cart. It was left behind. Why is there a lift cart just sitting here out in the open?
I guess somebody must have moved something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet. I mean, if this is one of his best friends, and he's this foolish, it's like, Edgeworth wants him to be better, I'd hope. You know, I got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before.
You mean like 18 years ago?
Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost Room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. Dang, that's a fancy lift cart. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around no sweat.
Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these.
I think everyone could use one of those. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. I will talk to you later, madame. Hello. Tell me about the carts. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Oh, her nervous dance. Yes, why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right?
Exactly! If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away.
Nervous dance.
Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these...
Oh, that's Edgeworth. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there are a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in our pocket.
They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Now perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Garlic phone, no. I have... Oh, no, Gartic phone. Gartic phone. I think I've heard of it, but I don't think I've played it.
Hello there, dearies.
Oh, my goodness. Something is in my throat. Hold on. Water.
Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl. That wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course. And treasure is for when you're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not keen on. Oh, no. And petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth Petal, I hope you're getting all this down.
Don't even try it, Kay.
Oh, dearie me.
I don't want to talk to them. Seems the police have already removed the body.
But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here?
Oh, so it's kind of like Pictionary or telephone. Okay, that's cool. Huh. Oh, sorry, just a second. Huh, a little yawn coming on. Jeez Louise. Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? Seems likely that the body was preserved somehow.
Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics Guy, anything to report?
Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxium have been detected in the fountain.
I'm gonna say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? I guess I should talk to... I'm not talking to you two until I absolutely have to because I hate you. Hello. How are you? Damn it. Dang. Oh, well. I hope you at least got to enjoy some snow cones or something. Hey there, Mazzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what has happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too then. Oh, is that it? Oh, okay. 2 incidents, sure. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got a lot. Melting statues in the winter wing, and even the murder victim's body.
But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing?
Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son, too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared.
What? And they were never found?
Gusto's boy wasn't, as far as I heard anyhow. Oh my gosh. I hope he kicked the skeleton at least. Yes, Frost Kid turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral. No nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. And no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report, and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. I mean, honestly, Edgeworth, at this point you should know. He tried to get you convicted for murder. Okay. Hi. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually. And I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me.
Well, we just thought you might want to move up to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once.
Oh my god. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? I hate all of you. Hello. Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Cavell.
And we'll do the same.
You are the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Oh, yeah, ooh, yeah, maybe, ooh. Yeah, that tracks. I hope you at least get some aged spaghetti from another skeleton to at least feel a little better. Looks like Judge Cavell will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. Hell yeah. Okay, so I've examined those. Is it logic time? I suspect the difference in aroma we noticed is due to the teapots having been switched.
You do?
I can't see what else it would have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why did we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea.
Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from.
Oh no, mint! Oh, now I want a York peppermint patty. And they're just in the kitchen. No, I only have like 15 to 30 minutes left for this stream. The tea from the teapot Larry switched is from under the cart, smells faintly of mint.
Right. Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes. There's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one.
You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
But why?
One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. What? No, never. What? And it's not like, I don't know, fun sequel series is fun. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot? Oh my god. You're right. Oh my god, I didn't realize we played Undertale that close to its release. Huh. God, that playthrough was that was nuts.
What? In the teapot?
Simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquium?
Huh? Oh!
My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from.
I do. I may have an idea.
Huh, I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance of you... What? You do know where it came from?
Yes.
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Wow. Nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural... Don't steal the teapot, you motherfucker!
It's not a prize. It's a vital piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence? I'll have one of the forensics people check it out.
No words shared? Just point?
Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I did! Oh, man, I cried so hard in that. I think the only time I've ever cried that hard in a video game was... Let's see. So Undertale made me super hard cry. Like, games make me cry pretty easily. But super hard cry. The other one was the Dragon Age Veilguard. That bitch got me to cry. And then in Stars in Time, that bitch got me to cry. Like, oh my god. I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up.
Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that.
And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Hello? It's me. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me! Hello? Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out! Yay, Detective! He really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me, if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I almost spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working with the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the Winter Wing, too. There were a few of those. Oh, excuse me, Jesus. There were a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing. Oh, that's Edgeworth, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. Good night, Muffin. We have our tasks. See you later, Muffin. Good night.
Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say.
He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap were false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Hello. Hello, madam. It's nice to... Okay, so in the fan translation, they made it obvious Larry had no interest in, like, kind of, like, didn't see, scones as a beauty. I kind of like how they danced around it, that he was drawing the scene that happened to have scones in it and the fountain, and then saw the beauties and got distracted and started drawing other things. I do prefer that. Thank you, game. Miss Scones, I'd like to ask a few questions, if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Tooth Decay.
Tooth Decay! I'd appreciate if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy.
I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay night either. We'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Aw, I guess we tried.
What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you.
I feel like my voice is dying. I gotta get one more drink of water. I am officially out of water.
Well, us girls have to...
Oh, ghouls! I slipped into Nida there.
Us girls have to do our best, don't we? No, well, not everybody understands, of course.
That it better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say.
So these directions, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabrics, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing. But I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. I think... I assume it wants this. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Grimy? How rude. You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man.
Shall I call it a dish towel, then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage.
A spillage, he says. The cheek. That's a piece of highly specialised luminous cloth. I probably shouldn't have told you that.
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialised luminous cloth, if you don't mind. I will get to it, though. First. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas?
And any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium. Ever!
But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook, anyway.
The prize from the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing the ubiquium bit, is in there, you know.
So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh, yes, dear. I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Cult Killer X. I'm sure you have heard of it.
I have, and I love it, and I wish it existed. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently.
After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing.
So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
At first, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. My voice cracked. Help!
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly. But all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realised it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my infesticide ultra pitched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag, and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, and the one the victim was wrapped in, just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. Oh. Did I ask what I needed to? Was the gas, the cloth. Okay. Hello, madam. Just kidding, madam. What else can I examine? Hello. The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. I don't think I can leave. Hello. Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. Wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir.
Wow, he actually sounded kind of scared of you.
Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? That I can break down walls? Oh, Fender. Hi. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Milester. I do not. I'm gay. Chill, chill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude's? Well, she's a real brave trooper, for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place.
What? They threw her out?
Yep. Jude's wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing. Nobody. And no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes. Why did she retire? She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Yes, this place and everything to do with it all has... this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it. Fenda seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. Logic. Logic time. The Ultimate Cookbook contains instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way, you mean...
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the tests on the teapot. Oh, that was not... Okay. Well, couldn't finish the case, but we at least got to a stopping point. So, I am going to have to call it there. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. We are having... Let's see. I don't think Luke is streaming Saturday, if I remember correctly. I think he might be working that morning. I can't remember. If that is true, he'll probably post about it on our Discord and just post about it. I'm pretty dang sure an Edgelord stream is happening Sunday. Words. I will be streaming next Wednesday. But the Wednesday after that, I will be not streaming because I will be out of town for a conference. So again, thank you guys so much for joining, and we'll see you when we see you.